Hello? Hello, Chiwing! Welcome! How are you? How is your day? How have you been? Love this new starting soon intro. Yeah, I found like a whole bunch of new songs. And yes. Put them in my playlist. Anyways, I kind of just woke up not that long ago, like an hour ago. So I'm like a little bit sleepy. Yes, I woke up at like 5 a.m. in the morning. And I couldn't go back to sleep. Anyways, and I took a nap. It was like 2 p.m. and I was like, I'm gonna take a nap. I'm so exhausted. So like, I take a nap, and I was only hoping to like nap for like an hour or so, but then like 5 hours went by. Oh my god. I'm doing alright. Just pouring myself a big drink, watching Ted Lasso. I'm relaxing at home. Ted Lasso. Who is Ted Lasso? I was like, you drinking again? Chewing! Oh my god! I'm starting to get worried. Is everything okay? Are you insomniac? I am not! I just like... I had a really bad dream. I had a really bad dream. Like, it wasn't like a scary dream. It was just terrible dream that like I woke up and like I slapped myself in the face. It was just, ugh, no way. Yeah. Tell us a dream. No, I don't want to think about it. It's absolutely terrible. It's terrible. Oh my god, what boy did you kiss your dream? No! I'm not gonna answer that! I'm not gonna answer that. Everything's fine. I'm a 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10? That's below average. That's below average, Chewing. That's not good. Oh my god. I hope everything's okay. You know? I knew it. No! No! Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Anyways, I was gonna like I wanted to like stay in bed and sleep more, but then like my bed was so comfy, you know. But then I was like, it's Saturday. Usually I stream on Saturdays, you know. And I don't want to miss the stream. 'Cause I feel like, you know, I haven't been really streaming. So that's why I just like woke up and like started my stream. Oh, it was more than a kiss in your dream. The boy got it. No, 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 no. You're making up stuff. You're making stuff up right now. Okay. No, 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 no. Okay. No, 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 no. You are a liar. Oh my god, One Trail! Welcome, welcome! How are you? How was your day? Hope everyone had a wonderful Merry Christmas. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! I did indeed. What did I do on Christmas? Technically, Christmas, I played Demonologist and Phasmo. I was having like family game night on Christmas. It was fun. Actually, I was sleeping and I kept getting like spam phone calls from like my sister. They discovered Phasmophobia, and I'm the only one who has like higher level than them. So, you know, they needed better maps and money. So they kept dragging me to play Phasmophobia with them. Yup. Yeah, well, you want to tell us? No, I'm not gonna tell. Yeah, the spam called me. It was good. It was a good time. It was a good day. And then a few hours later, I played Demonologist. So it was like a constant, like, train of horror games, back to back. It was fun though. It was fun though. You gotta do what you gotta do. Exactly. Alright, today, I am gonna play, well, we're gonna continue Dead Space. Actually, I really like Dead Space. Dead Space has been really fun. I hate to admit it, but I really like this game. Alright. I think I'm on chapter 4? Chapter 4? I think. I'm not even sure. Okay, pause my music. Dead Space is so fucking scary, is it? I don't think it's that scary though. I feel like, I don't know. I haven't been like scared of it. Yet. Is it too loud? Hopefully it's not too loud. Hopefully I remember. Okay, my pistol. Where did I go? Over here? Yep. You know, I keep comparing Dead Space to Destiny and Chaos gets really mad. Oh. Holy shit, it's so loud! Is it so loud? Okay. Can I buy stuff? It's been a week since I played this. Flamethrower fuel. Schematics submitted. Item not available for purchase. I remember my roommate playing it and I watched him play every night with the lights off for about 4 weeks my first year of college. Really? Really? Did you get nightmares? Or was it fun? Ripper Blaze. Okay. Medium bed pack. Oh my god. Okay. Upgrade. Power node. Ammunition for Ripper. These circular blades. Can I upgrade my... I can't, right? I think health is... I'm alright in health. What is this? Okay. I think I should just save my money so I could buy more nodes, right? Yes. Wait, classic sees. Wait, I have skin? Oh, wait. I don't remember if I got nightmares, but I probably did. I get dreams about almost every damn game I play. Really? Oh no, chewing. You poor soul. It reminded me, I had like a nightmare the other night about me getting kidnapped. And I don't know, I'm pretty sure it was something I watched, but I don't know what I watched though. Suit level 1. Wait, is this suit better than this one? Oh my god. Oh, what boy kidnapped you this time? Oh, it was a boy. It was like this old man. It was like a bear and everything. And he rode a truck. And I was like kidnapped in this like truck with this other girl. And like, it was so nerve-wracking. I'm not even kidding. Oh shit! Oh, where do I go? Me, Hammond? Oh.
You okay? At least containment and life support are holding. So far.
Let me see. Yeah, and I was like in the back seat of the truck. I remember. And then I was like talking to the other girl that I was in the truck with. You know, consoling her. Yeah. Worries me? You have nightmare about getting kidnapped? Yeah, but it's okay. Happens a lot. I get scary dreams, guys. But it's like...
Sorry.
It's like scary, but like thrilling at the same time, you know?
What is that? The one that attacked me. I managed to trap him in here. His face.
Look at it.
I'm not seeing things right. That's Chen.
That is him.
You're right.
Wait, when the fuck did Isaac talk? That's what I said too last time. Like my last stream, I was like playing for like I think like for like 4 hours. I was like, wait, why is Isaac talking? I didn't hear him talk in the beginning.
I worked with Johnson. At least she was spared becoming a monster.
We're gonna fix this, Hammond. For them.
Yeah. Come on. The ADS cannons.
ADS cannons. Okay. Can I heal? How do I heal?
I can hold this position for a while, if no more asteroids come through the roof.
He doesn't talk, there was just dialogue subtitles? Yeah, right? Like, I didn't hear him, like, verbally speak. Okay.
Here.
Text log.
All I can tell is the ADS power router.
So much reading. Terrence? Benjamin?
Well, the administration
Benjamin, these nuts!
you can redirect power from here. I need to wire the junction boxes, but we get the ADS cannons back.
Good.
He grunts. I didn't even know he
Isaac,
grunted.
About what Daniel said.
Uh-huh.
I don't know about any illegal mining or the marker. I swear, I'm just here for a repair mission.
Look, Hammond, I don't know you or Daniels well enough to judge, but CEC
I mean, this is the remake
had to
though.
know about the
So
marker.
The company, maybe. But shit like
that's
that's above my
probably
pay grade.
why it's different.
Look, we can get into it later. You'll need a way down to those junction boxes. You can turn the atrium elevators back on from security. You'll have full access.
I'm still
I
so
found a
sleepy, guys.
CEC executive key card.
My
I'll
eyes
update
are
you.
like so dry.
Yeah, just in case.
Okay, Hammond.
And Isaac?
Oh, welcome in, Riz. Welcome.
Watch your back.
Isaac shouts much more slurs too. Oh yeah. Like Yuki, like I forgot. Like he like says bad words, right? Security clearance now level 2. Okay. You did a stomp thingy? No, but somebody told me last stream. Wasn't it you? Somebody told me last stream if I kept stomping, he gets like angry and yeah. He starts shouting.
Remember, you need to reactivate the elevators from security.
Okay. He's just like me for real, for real. He's just like me for real too. Stepping on people. I want to get stomped on. You know, like when my nephew was like really young, he used to like step on people. That shit hurt. With his little tiny feet. It was so painful. It was like somebody stabbing you with a bat, you know?
If we don't fix the ADS cannons, I'll be piloting a cloud of shrapnel.
Okay. How long is this dialogue? Oh, do I just leave?
Warning. Multiple security protocols have been corrupted. Some areas may be inaccessible.
Flight comms Officer Bailey's rig.
Recommendation. Acquire department rig permissions and compile master security
Okay.
override at
No
this
one's stopping on
console.
Shen. I'm not allowing it. You have a nephew? Aren't you 21? Yeah! I do have a nephew. You guys don't know? I'm the youngest in my family.
You going?
Just getting prepped.
It's not her kid. Yeah! Aunt Shen. Yeah. I'm an aunt. Okay, activate the elevator. I'm a terrible aunt though. Like, I would purposely bully my nephew. It's fun. It's fun. Okay, let me save again. Okay. Kick the baby! No! I'm not gonna kick the baby, okay? Not a real baby. Okay, go straight. Go find the carcass and stomp on them. Freshly killed. Freshly killed. 3! Fuck! I have to fight now! Woo! Woo! I'm not ready! I'm not ready for combat. Wait. Run! Hold on. Stop! Oh yeah. I'm dead. Ow! Okay, I was not ready for that. Wait, I was not ready for that. But they're not a baby if they drop loot. Safe kill. Okay. Oh my god. In this safe kill. In this sequence, I shouted, "Run faster!" I say, he runs so slow. He runs so slow. He can't run while aiming. I hate that. Okay. Okay. I'm ready now. This is where I was. Alright, here, let me change my gun to mine. Okay. Yeah. Come at me. Does this not hurt him? catch up to me.
Isaac, I can see it on the monitor. There's a gap in its armor.
Ow!
Shoot it in the back.
Wait, there's a gap. Wait, what did he say? There's a gap in the... There's a gap in the front? Oh, so I can't kill this guy. Okay. There's a gap in the front. Did he say front? Front? Gap in the front? Gap in the front? Fuck! Okay. Oh my god, gap in the front? Give back shots? Gap in the front. I'm pretty sure I need to escape, right? Can I just go down here? How do I leave? Do I have to kill him? Okay. For God's sake, run! Gap. Okay, fucking Jesus Christ. Okay, gap. Okay. Okay, nothing. I'm hugging a wall, nothing. This? Elevator? This? Okay. I'm feeling hungry. I want to order a Whopper. Whopper? But I hardly even know her. Oh shit! Oh my god. Did I kill him though? I haven't had a Whopper in a while. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Okay. So I'm going to chokehold you until your face is bluer than Blue's Clues. Why? Why? What did I do? You made that joke one You made that joke one more time. I was going to fire my. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I can't help it. It's like engraved in my brain. Okay. Back shots. Where is it? Fucking rise, go this way. Oh shit. Oh my god. You better be sorry because I got 3 hitmen after you. There's nothing you can do. You can only pray. Oh my god. 3 men after me? I mean, I'll take it. his leg! Break his leg! He heals! He heals! Okay, I forgot I had that. Oh shit. Any items I can take here?
Clearance confirmed.
Is that it? No, go back over here. It's 3 transgender men. I know you're horny for one. I'll take it. Okay. What's your leg? He won't turn around. This dude, this guy. Oh god. Then you hear damn right. Oh my god, stop turning around! How does he know? Okay, what if I turn this way again? Flamethrower! This is all I have! This is all I got! This is all I got! Oh god! I killed him.
Quarantine
No.
lifted.
That's it! Can I stomp on him? Is it possible? All his limbs are gone. I can't stop on him anymore. Holy damn. Okay, let me loot. Cause I'm pretty sure I have like nothing. No ammo, no nothing. Okay. There's credits? I don't want credits! Give me like heals or something. I need ammo and heals. Nothing. Can't open this. Wait, can I save before I leave? Oh, what's this? Credits?
Security
auto-log?
request retrieved.
Security's coming!
Ishimura.
We've been boarded! I repeat, the ship has been boarded! We are under attack! They've killed most of the deck staff! Where the hell?
Vincent? What the heck is Vincent?
Steve Benson! We need security backup now! Guns are useless. What in God's name is that?
Okay.
Clearance confirmed.
Clearance confirmed.
Atrium elevators are now online.
Upgrade your equipment.
The marker must be delivered to the church, whatever
Okay.
the cost.
Suit?
God's sakes, Ben, listen to yourself. The Ishimura's in crisis. You've cut us off.
Size? What the heck is size?
By Maritime Law Article 5469.
Oh,
Dr.
status
Terrence
zone.
Kine
Okay.
hereby declare Captain Benjamin
Status
Matthias
energy,
unfit for duty.
Oxygen, HP.
Hold him. Ben, you're not yourself. Let me help you. Traitors, get your...
He already knows that I have one. One left.
Oh my God, he's... You... Ben.
Ben!
I was trying to help him. Doctor, you just killed the captain. We have to take you in. Can't.
The doctor killed the captain!
Hold me.
And that guy ran? That guy ran. Okay. Reroute the power from the electrical systems. Electrical systems. Alright. Elevators activated. Like over here? Okay. Floor 2. Oh. Okay. Save. Any loot? Give me loot. No? No loot? No loot? Well on to mining administration. Okay. Oh my god, my oxygen.
Isaac, I'm reading electrical hazards on the floor ahead of you.
60-year-old deck plane doesn't play.
Holy shit!
Surges.
Watch your step.
Fuck! Am I dead? I'm dead! I'm not ready for this! What the hell? Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay. Once I turn here, there is gonna be monsters. Wait, wait, can I go in here? Is there storage in here for me to take? Oh, loot? Loot? Give me loot!
Exiting vacuum.
Is that it?
Entering vacuum.
Isaac, I'm reading electrical hazards on the floor ahead of you.
60-year-old deck plane doesn't play
Can I go
well with
here?
power surges.
Watch your step.
Wait, what is this? A new gun? Oh, just in case. This guy low-key looks like Homelander. Like the suit and everything. Contact energy? Can I search it? Oh. Okay, I could sell this. Oh, I could just sell it? Electrical component. Contact energy. Flamethrower. Okay. Primary fire asteroid cutter. Costs 3 energy. Okay. Your head is gone! Die already! scared these guys are gonna come back to life.
Clearance confirmed.
Okay, main fuses. Okay. It's like this. What did that even do? What did that even open? Oh, it's kinda sussy here. Kinda sussy here.
Clearance confirmed.
What did I just come to? Oh, it's because I made my I made my really dumb Whopper, but I hardly even know her joke, and then he got fed up. So you say that joke one more time, I'm gonna send Hitman to you. Whopper? I hardly even know her. Okay, it's stuck in my head. I can't get it out. It's the brain rot. It's the brain rot. Okay. Oh, open lockers. What is that? Inventory full. Inventory full. Wait, can I grab that too? Bench repair. She wanted to get railed by octopuses. I seen her files. Hey! Hey, hey, hey. Don't look at it. Alright, notes. 3 notes. What is this? Size, air, HP. Go this and this and this. Should I do? Should I do? I feel like plasma cutter. Yeah, do this. I think damage. You load time and damage? Also, my Whopper arrived. Don't make that joke. I won't. Oh, I forgot to stop. Okay, I'll do it on the next one. Daily schedule? Nothing else? I'll remind you? Okay. Is he gonna come back? Okay, I went that door, this door. Anything up here? No? Over here? No. Oh, the fucking babies! Oh shit. Overkill. Oh, they're all dead already! This one? Fuck! Is that it? I'm kicking the baby. Okay, I went there. I went here. You have to try harder? I have to try harder? That's what she's... Okay, never mind. Okay, this. me check everything. I don't want to miss anything though. Oh wait. Loot. I got seafood numb. Flashbacks.
Power transferred from mining administration to ADS cannons.
Just got an update. Power diverted from mining administration network. That's one. We still need more power. A couple more systems should do it.
Oh god. Are you dead? You better die! You better die! Oh my god. Please die, please die. Get electrocuted. Oh my god, I don't want any. Oh fuck! Oh shit. Okay. He's grunting. How many times I just stomped him? He's just. Come on, try harder, you fool. I'm scared. Okay. Oh. Okay, out here.
Entering vacuum.
Safe zone? Here?
Exiting vacuum.
Point 3. Oh my god, is that Zen? Oh my god, is that Zen? Hello Zen, welcome. How are you? How was your day? Welcome to the stream. Okay, power system. Let me save. Okay. That way is locked. Can I go in here? Break room? Holy shit, there's a ritual in here.
What's that? A recording? Huh. Must be the marker they dug up.
So it is the same. That marker.
Is it Zen?
That's the
Zeno?
symbol of the
Filth?
Church of Unitology.
Brandon, holy
Take you for a believer, Isaac.
My mother wasn't. But if they found this on some alien planet, what does that mean?
That Unitology's onto something?
Unitology's full of shit.
Is it Easter egg here? What's the Easter egg? I love Easter eggs. Okay. What if I stand here? United we ascend as Unitology, New Hope, or is it just another scam? If you've been living here once for the past 200 years, you might have missed the fastest growing religious movement in history. Unitology, both following, okay, yada yada. Many people 200 years ago, Michael Altman, respected geophysics, what the heck? Yada yada, the government label Altman, yada yada, okay. Ranking church, nobody ever talks about yada yada, follower. Taking all the money is bad, the church, okay. How'd you know my name is longer than Zen? Zen? Zen son? I don't know. If you input very specific code, there's going to be a sea shanty recording. How do I input a code? I could input a code. Wait, the number 8 is right there. Or is it an infinity sign? I can see through the lights of the Jedi. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, the size locked. I think Konami code. Konami code. Okay. Wait, can I just jump in there? In the window? Can I grab that? That side's locked. I went in there. Electrical systems? You pressing the buttons on your controller? On your keyboard? Well, I'm using controller. How do I do it? Do I just press numbers? How do I press numbers on my controller? Oh my god. Yeah, die! Oh my god. Is another one gonna show up? Oh, welcome in Shadow! Welcome, welcome! How are you? How was your day? Okay. Here. Inventory full. Where's it? Where's it coming from? As great as ever? That's great! That's great! That's great! Die to electricity! Oh! Oh no! My god! Plasma energy. My inventory full. Wait, what? My goodness. Forget unglasses your goat. Oh shit! Oh my god, this gun! A laser beam. Give me heals! Fuck. Fuck. Fuck! I'm dead! Okay. I need a heal! Let's take clear my inventory. Oh my god. Oh, oh, wrong button. Hold on. Wrong button. What the hell? Okay, there. I want to use this though. Did I drop it? I don't need this. Okay, I'll take it. You're just a human now, Shen. Pay your taxes. I do gotta pay my taxes. I do. Okay. Run. Supercharge? Okay, I don't need to charge. No! Why you? Holy fuck! Why you? I'm down! my god, fucking run! Wait, can I freeze him? Do it. Oh fuck. My god! Aim! Oh my god. Is he dead? Wow, I'm such a pro at this now. Oh my god. I'm such a pro at this. Easy! Easy. Oh my god. This guy is a hazardous anomaly. Fortunately, so is Isaac. Yo, I have like 1 health, half a health left. It's just okay. It's okay. Oh, never mind. I have 2. Is that everything? Is that all the loot? Okay. Full health. Nothing else here. Nothing. Oh, welcome in, mister. Welcome. Huggle's dying in space. Yeah. I'm doing pretty good. Actually, having lots of fun. Lots of fun. She's on 1/3. Almost there to die. Yep, almost. I don't want to go here. I feel like I'm gonna die here. Oh, okay. Don't hit me.
Power transferred from electrical systems to ATS cannons.
Okay.
Okay, I'm seeing a power reroute from the electrical systems.
Never mind, she's at full health to the best things. Yeah, I did.
One more
I didn't want to
system and we'll have
die.
power for the ADS.
Luckily, I got like three like med kits. I'll take that. Don't worry, Isaac survived through DS. DS? What is DS? 1-3? Oh, Dead Space! 1-3? Although we don't talk about 3. Wait, why can't we talk about 3? Does he die in 3? Okay, can't go there. Okay, I went in there.
I cracked the Ishimura's Matsai reports. They're a fucking
see.
horror show. These things mold any dead tissue into a new form. One kind infects corpses, and the rest,
Make more corpses to infect.
that organic shit on the walls, that's dead tissue. too.
Daniels.
The crew thought it was a
Damn, Daniel.
habitat
Back
change.
it again with the white vans.
Isaac, I'm gonna run some diagnostics.
What happened to
I
that
think
guy?
that's
What happened to Daniel? That was such a weird time in history. Oh! Dead Space 3 doesn't exist? It's like Pacific Rim, you know? There's no sequel? Ah! Ah, I see. Open. I see. Don't worry about Daniel. Alright. Damn, Daniel! Back here to give us the white vans. My elevator music. No. Get out of here! We go. god. What the fuck did I do? Nothing! Nothing, chewing, nothing. I'm just quoting the damn Daniel meme, you know? Is it even a meme? Do we call it a meme? Vine? Yeah. I was about to say person named Daniel in the chat. What the fuck did I do? Do you play Genshin or ZZ or gacha games like these? I do not play gacha games. I tried, but like my gacha luck is just like it's terrible. It's horrific. Wait, do I not go here? Wait, where am I supposed to go? You route the power from the water purification? Please don't bring it back. I endured that all of my high school. You were in high school when that happened? What the heck? I don't know why I assumed like you were like not in high school during that time. Chewing. Vines is meme and memes is vines. Ah! That's why you got a gamble shed? Money, money, money? Okay, okay. You guys know I've been playing like Pokemon. I've been playing Pokemon TCG. Alright, like Pocket or mobile.
I came to the bridge looking
Every single day, guys. Every single day. I gotta open packs. I gotta open my booster cards. And I spend so much money. Well, not too much money, but like a lot to me. But like I always get like shit cards. All my cards are so shit. I hate it so bad. Like give me the rare like full art cards, please. It's okay. It's fine. You know. Yep. But did you assume nothing? I assumed you were like older. Oh shit. Die! Oh my god. Are you dead? These little quails. Little chickens. Okay. Oh my god. He said it? He said a thing? Make us whole again? He said a line. He said a line. I have a full Mewtwo art? Really? Lucky you. Lucky you. Must be nice, huh? Must be nice. Okay, let's change this one. Reroute.
Power transferred from water purification to ADS.
And you assume I'm almost the same age as you, Shen? I was 10 when you were in diapers, probably.
We got it. These cannons are back online.
Really? I feel so old, but like sometimes I realize you guys are like so much older than me.
What about manual targeting?
I'm an 02 baby, guys. 02. I was born in 02.
It'll recalibrate the system. You got a better idea?
Christ. I'll open exterior
Schematics.
access. I hope you know
Inventory
what you're
full.
doing.
Okay. Can I could sell all of these, right? I don't need bullets. I don't need bullets. Do I have ammo for this? No, I don't. Ripper? Ripper? I hardly even know her. Okay, there we go. Plasma energy full? Oh my god. I just opened the full art Celebi. Oh my god! Really? Chewing? I legit just got the Celebi one. Like the other day. And it took so long. You know, I might as well use this. Let's get this. 6 months until D-Day, bro. I'm June. Really? Oh my god, your birthday's in June? So many June babies. So many June babies. Like, I know so many people who are like, their birthdays are in June. Yeah. Yeah, I swear to god, there's going to be 3 lasers on your head. On my 5 head? Oh god.
What's the plan?
I'll sync a few of the ADS cannons to one of my tools. I target an asteroid, the cannons take it out, and I recalibrate the system.
I'm gonna switch
We're out
machine
of
gun.
options. Do it.
Save.
Security request retrieved.
Someone stop him!
This is Second Officer Sheik. I need security here right now.
I hear stomping.
White, for Christ's sake, step away from the controls. We need our first officer. Captain Matthias is dead. The captain's
Entering
dead.
vacuum.
Vincent's security team is dead.
Entering zero
Who's
gravity.
left? Step away from the airlock. That's an order. Who's
Step
left?
away from the airlock.
A crew full of uni fanatics? Eckhart screwed us good, didn't he? If a-
Fuck! That fucking block! Fucking
Makes
block
the whole
pushed me
company
away.
rotten to the core. Just
Can I
like
got air?
You think CEC won't send a rescue team for their precious planet cracker? Think white.
Wait, where am I supposed to go? Not here?
You probably should.
No, sir!
What? Goddamn fool!
Wait, I don't think I'm supposed to go here,
To the
no?
airlock now!
Warning. Hull integrity compromised.
Where am I supposed to go? Wait, it's telling me to go back? Why was it telling me to go the other way then? I need air. I need air. Oxygen. Give me oxygen. Wait, where do I go? Oh! Oh, here. Here?
Syncing targeting system.
Huh? Hold to target. Oh, oh my god. How can I drop? Huh? Wait, oh my god, wait. I'm scared. Wait, I need air. Okay. What? I'm holding, but it's fucking turning me. What the fuck? How do I? Can I drop? Go down, go down. Go down, please. What? What? I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do. Oh my god, I can't hit that fucking asteroid. Oh fucking shit, it's making me die. Oh, destroy? Destroy? How the fuck did I destroy?
Warning. Hull integrity approaching critical.
When you run out of oxygen, it reminds me of how I'm dead. Fuck. Can I restart this? Holy shit. Left? I'm holding left, it won't let me. Can I stop floating? I don't know what to do! I don't know what to do! When you run out of oxygen... Oh, never mind, I already read that. Did it go up? Destroy the asteroids to collaborate. Oh, destroy the asteroids! How the fuck did I destroy the asteroids? Oh, am I aiming at them? Wait. What? I'm literally aiming. How do I shoot? Okay. Oh my god, it fucking hit me. Okay, yeah, I'm aiming at them. Then how do I shoot them? It's my question. Okay. In the original, this part isn't really fun, but here is better. Is it? Okay, okay. Let me follow directions. I go here, right? Go here.
Entering zero gravity.
Did you do the other one too? Is that why? Wait, was I supposed to do the other one?
Syncing targeting system.
I forgot, it's been months since I played. Ah, I see, Wait, I think I'm supposed to do all of these, right? Oh fuck, don't hit me. Holy shit, there's a baby there! Where's the baby? Is that all of it?
Hull integrity compromised.
Where are you shooting me at? Where are you shooting? Oh, you're right there, you're right there. Fucking little... You rat! You little rat! I swear to God. Okay. Go over here. Turn around. Turn around. Fuck, is another one? I'm gonna just ignore you. Okay. Turn around. Go up. Oh, call strike. Oh, okay. This is so hard. I'm getting hit. What the hell is shooting?
Hull integrity approaching critical.
This little rat! Get out of here! Okay, give me oxygen, please. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Oh my god. Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me! Okay. This part is so boring. I'm not. This part is so boring. Okay. What do you do now? Oh god, can I even make? Oh fuck, I'm not gonna make it. Oh my god, okay. Jesus Christ. Fuck them kids, right? Fuck them kids. What? Am I not supposed to go here? Does it do it again? Oh my god.
Syncing targeting system.
Again? Again? You kidding me? Again? asteroids to collaborate.
Warning.
Fuck, is it a time thingy?
Superstructure
Is it
is
time
now
based?
compromised.
Okay.
Syncing targeting system.
Sounds like a skill issue. It is a skill issue at this point. Okay. No, I'm gonna land here. Land! Oh fuck. A to shoot. Okay. Shoot the asteroids! Call strike? Call strike that one! Okay. That one?
Warning.
What that one?
All destruction is imminent. Calibration.
Okay!
Cannon auto-targeting online.
Did I go back? Watching you do this mini game is like watching a dry wall. Not to be mean. No, I get it. I get it. I get it. Also, Johnny Sins. Johnny Sins. What? Where did I go now? This one?
Hull destroyed.
Why am I dead? Why am I dead? Okay. Wait, did I do each one by one? Did I do that like one by one? Is that why? I think that's why. Okay. He's now Santa. Santa Johnny Sins. I didn't see no Christmas special.
Entering gravity.
I hate this. I hate this. Okay.
Syncing targeting system.
Oh my god. Stop aiming, please. Call strike. I'm a pro now. I'm a pro now. Watch.
Calibration complete.
Yeah. Okay.
Auto-targeting online. Warning. Hull integrity compromised. Syncing targeting system.
Okay. That one. That one. That one. That one. Nice. That one.
Calibration complete. Cannon auto-targeting online.
Those little rats are not gonna attack me, right? Okay. Oh my god, it's right there!
Targeting system.
Don't hit me! Oh my god. Fucking little baby! Get out of here! It's so annoying! Get away, you little baby! Okay. Fuck, I'm getting attacked! Where am I getting attacked from? Oh my god. Get out of here! He's dodging my shots! Okay, is he dead? I think he's dead. Fuck, he's not dead! Where are you? Where are you? Where is he? Is he dead? He's dead, right? Okay. Maybe I'm going schizo. Fuck it. Oh my god! Bro, stay still. Oh my god! Why am I...
Warning. Hull integrity approaching
Hate this.
critical.
Oh my god. Give me another freaking asteroid! Give me... Is that all of them?
Data migration complete. ADS recalibrated. Auto-targeting systems enabled.
I could go back, right?
They're back. The
Jesus
idiot
Christ.
cannons are online to supply.
Oh, welcome in,
Engaging
MP-chan.
Get yourself inside, Isaac. I think
Welcome.
I've figured out our next
How are you? How is your day? Suspend your disbelief for a second. There's no other sound which is realistic. Oh, how are the gun sounds in space? Because I don't know. Game theory.
Exiting zero gravity.
That baby's cracked. Too cracked, I say. Saving this. I don't want to do this again. Jesus Christ. We still got the marker to worry about. The marker.
Isaac,
marker?
Hammond, I just intercepted a transmission from
Oh, this
medical.
is
Someone's
chapter
down
4.
See what you make of this.
This is Senior Medical
Is this
Officer
the end of
Nicole
chapter 4?
Brennan.
That's so lame.
Medical is All survivors, please join us.
Okay.
Nicole, I'm going back to medical.
Makes
Nicole.
sense.
I'll head to the crew deck and look for survivors from the bridge. I'll be in touch.
The crew deck. Wonder if he knows something we don't.
I don't know. Medical deck. Oh shit. Oh shit! Get out! Oh my god! Why are you close on me? Oh my god. Oh. Burn! Jesus Christ! What's that? Are you alive? Science provides bounty. Okay. Medical deck here. Okay. Locked. Medical deck. There has to be heals, right? Heals. Oh my god, boss battle? Inventory full. Okay. Inventory full. Is that everything? Me playing Warhammer Darktide, deploying crack to the CIA during the 1980s. Noise. I have never played Warhammer. Never ever. I don't even know what Warhammer is about, but I see everyone play it though. Okay. Welcome in. Brain damage real. Welcome, oh my god. Dead Space Remake is the game! Engineer Isaac Dead Space Clark travels into space that is dead space. That is dead to find his Space Remake girlfriend in dead Ishimura. Space! The remake plasma cutter cuts of dead limbs in space. Remake! Dead Space Remake! Welcome! Wait, is there... I thought there was like a little shop here, no? hell? No shop, no shop, nothing. Okay. Medical tech, medical tech.
Medical.
My leg cramped after sending that. It's time for God that I've sinned by typing that out. It's okay. That's less cringe than me, you know? Usually every stream I'm always like, is that a boy I smell? I smell it! I smell a boy!
Now arriving
Sorry.
at medical.
I'm so sorry. I did it again. I'm sorry, guys. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned for brain injury.
I can barely hear you.
The brain rot is real, guys. The brain rot is real. Too real. Too real. Alright. I remember you. What's this? Did I grab this already? Credits? Okay, which? I go here? The source of the brook. Okay. Hey, I've never been here before, have I? Me with my 43-year-old engineer, my wife Isaac Clark. Isaac? No!
Daniels,
What?
the door to medical just locked behind me. Hello?
Another survivor. At last.
There's a word for burning a person and it's not called arson. Y'all native English speaker doesn't even have a word for the day after tomorrow.
For sanctuary then. Well, Dr. Brennan's
The
coming
day
to
after
engage.
tomorrow?
Shall I send you to her?
How about you unlock
There's a
these
word for
doors
that.
and I'll find her myself.
Are you that selfish? You must
Isn't,
have something.
isn't that just 2 days? In 2 days?
So
Is there even a word for that? The day after tomorrow?
difficult.
Isn't it the word just the day after tomorrow? Okay. Suits level 3? Level 3? Fuck! Okay, can I sell? Can I sell? What happens if I sell? I could get it if I sell, right? Oh. And I could buy suit level 3. In my language, yes, there's a word for that. It's one word. It's one word. Really? That's forward the day after tomorrow. I did not know that. Then what do you call the day before yesterday? It's 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Isn't that today? Oh god. Should I just buy more heals? But I feel like I'm always dying. I'm always dying. But I want a node though. Oh wait, I could buy node. I could buy node. And I could buy 1 heal. Okay. Purchase sell. Evacuate this area immediately. Okay. We have a word for the day after tomorrow, but we don't have a word for throwing someone out of the fucking window. That's funny. New drip. Now let's see Paul Allen's drip. Paul Allen's drip. Let go here. 6 bullets. 6 bullets? Yes, we have to wait for the day before yesterday. What is it? Oh my god. Die, you rats! Okay. Somebody's always whispering in my ear. Okay. Self-charge. Luckily, we have to wait for the day after tomorrow's. Huh? The day after tomorrow's day before yesterday. Tomorrow?
Research, of course.
Wait, what? I'm so confused. My brain is not braining right now. The day after tomorrow, before yesterday. Isn't that just tomorrow? Can I kill them? I feel like they're gonna turn. Get out of here! Oh my god, flamethrower kinda cracked. Where are you? Oh, he's here. Is he gonna? Is he shouting at me? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. So tense over here. What the heck? Is that the only I'm getting from you? I go up. I check here first. Sorry, that was me whispering, my bad. Kimarin is day before yesterday. Lusa is day after tomorrow. Ah! I see. Day after tomorrow is over tomorrow? Is it actually? Also, welcome in Ace Prime. Ace Prime. Welcome. I feel baited. Asian language, what you expect? Yes, someone knows? I didn't know. Okay, size air. I have 3 nodes. I kind of want more HP. Should I just lose all 3? You fallen right into my trap. I'm going back to Lucky. That was rude. Thank you for the like. Thank you. You learn something new every day, right, guys? Learn something new every day. Pulse rifle. I feel like I don't even use the pulse rifle though. Flamethrower? I feel like the flamethrower benefited me way more. Should I just do 1? Plasma cutter. No, I'm just gonna use all 3. I wanna be tanked. Okay, I wanna be tanked. Overmorrow is a word, but it's also newsless. Even my auto keyboard is a red underline below Overmorrow. Yeah, I don't think anybody ever knows Overmorrow. I've never heard anybody knows Overmorrow before, ever, in my entire life.
Clearance confirmed.
I feel like Overmorrow is such a like it's such an old word though, you know. And the day before yesterday is arrest. How the fuck did you even say that? Arrest yesterday? Yesterday? What the fuck? Yesterday? What? How do you even say that word? How do you even say it? How do I get over here? Am I missing something? Am I supposed to hit something? Okay, I think I was supposed to hit something. Because we're not in the 1400s. It's so fucking stupid, but it exists and people don't acknowledge it much. Like me, holy, you acknowledge it? You actually like using that word? That's a terrible word. Wait, can I go here? No. What am I missing? How do I get over there? Okay. That worked, right? Where are you? Where are you? Okay. Come here! Come here! You're gonna get cooked! Come here, you're gonna get cooked! Where are you? Where did it go? Did it fall down? Get cooked! Get cooked! Get cooked! Yes, sir. Can I just hit it? Okay. Oh, welcome in, Whipplewolf! Welcome, welcome! How are you? How's your day? How have you been? Good morning! I don't usually use that word, but like, if I wanted to feel educated, then yeah. Ah, I see. It's like saying to a non-Phineas and Ferb fan what an alglet is. Oh, what is it? Algit. It's 110 days of summer vacation.
I have to record these days. The old memory unit.
Boy, are alive.
The treatment I'm developing should be
Flamin' Warfare.
The trial
I want to hear the blood sizzling.
trial. You need that which you posed in a
We need more Catboys? We do need more Catboys.
Unless
Catboy
you
Isaac?
don't trust me.
Question
No,
mark?
Of course I trust you.
There's no Phineas and Ferb in your lifespan, I guess. I mean, not gonna lie, I think I watched it like when it was on Netflix when I was really young, and I just don't remember anything because I was too young. Too young.
I expect death.
I remember Candace.
The changes
Candy's nuts. Okay.
very promising.
Okay.
One moment for the cleanup.
Kawaii! Kawaii!
For the last time, get a trauma team in here.
A trauma
Yes,
team?
I called 3 times. My patient is crashing. Get off your smoke break and help me.
Can I go here? It's a plastic tip on the end of the shoelace. Oh! I didn't know that had a name. What the heck? I did not know. Oh my god. Who named like those though? Did you guys ever like think about that? Like who decided to name that? You know? Do I go here? Other side. Everything has a name, Shen. Really? Everything has a name? Does it actually? Who names name? Yeah, who names the names? Like who decided to name the names what they are? You know? You get what I'm saying? Daniels? Damn, Daniel! Back again with the white suit. That's Daniel, right? No, that's Nicole. Nicole? That's her name, right? Nicole? That's Nicole. Who named the word name? I don't know, actually. I don't know. Is she just gonna stand here?
Shipwise transmission override. Isaac.
Oh, welcome in, Itoshi! Welcome! How are you? How was your day? I'm doing great! I actually just woke up not that long ago. Like, I woke up at like 8 p.m. And then I started my stream an hour later. Doctor?
Alright. Dr. Brennan's nearest and dearest.
All words are made up. This is the last time I'll be painted.
Dr.
Yeah, you guys know like the spiders? Like who named the spider Daddy Longlegs? Who decided to who was the person who saw a spider and looked at it and say, that's gonna be named Daddy Longlegs. I only know my original name is from Greece Timotheus.
Even if I was to ask.
Really?
I suspect.
That's our hologram girlfriend? She's just like me for reals? Right, for real.
And I haven't fully explored
Here to wake you up
the
more?
cause of death as that
That looks like a W daddy. A doctor? He's holding a drill.
dismemberment.
They are down bad, that's for sure.
You're on the right track there. Try and relax, Mr. Clark. Convergence is so close. Maybe your death will tip the balance.
Okay. Is he gonna break out? Boss battle? I didn't even save though. I don't have ammo. Wait, this guy is so easy to kill. No, wait, is he regenerating?
What?
Just do it!
On it.
No way, he's regenerating.
Open. Go.
Where'd I go? Open! Oh fuck. But get away! Open! Fuck, open the door! Jesus! Can I recharge real quick? Okay.
Isaac, Nicole's broadcast
was a trick by a fucking unitologist. Dr. Mercer. He's locked down
Dr. Mercer!
on the crew.
Oh, God. Every way out is locked down through one of the offices.
Oh my god.
Must be Mercer.
Running one
Look for the
tactic.
internal doors, but you'll have to reach his office
You can't kill him?
lockdown manually.
I can't kill him? Fine. Okay. Okay. I believe they are the aliens from the Yomurmur. This is why I call a 3-year-old. They won't stop bothering me. Okay. Can I buy more stuff? How much money do I have? 4. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. YOLO, YOLO, YOLO. Lift the lockdown.
Unwise, Mr. Clark. My hunter may
Dr. Mercer.
but he takes an attack like that personally.
I'm scared here. Oh fuck! Ow! Get away from me! Woo! Where'd it go? 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 There's so many of you guys! Oh my god. Ah, shit! Ah, shit! God, stop reloading! Oh my god, Isaac. I swear to God, Isaac. No, I can't see shit. Get away from me. Get away from me. No power? Fine. Oh, shit! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! Oh god! Ow! Fucking Isaac, run! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Okay. I need you to stay still while freaking. Oh fuck. Go in! Go in! Go in! Where'd I go? Where'd I go? Where'd I go? This way?
Surgical log. Dr. Charles Mercer. It's a shame. When I began my research, Terrence Kyne's insights into the marker were
New gun! New gun!
now he's been
New gun! New gun!
like this one.
Just shoot them legs, limp him. I've never seen. I've never been happy to limp someone. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you, thank you. He's invisible. You will find a way to kill him, but later, in the meantime, just paralyze him. Alright. Okay.
My diagnosis. Poor Terrence is suffering from the
Got
same dementia reported on the previous 7 colonies. Amelia, for example. The only Amelia is ever mentioned was his wife.
Amelia?
And Amelia Kyne died 7 years ago.
Okay. Is that everything? No more loot? Okay, let me look at my other gun. New gun? Line gun. Wide beam cutter equipped with laser targeted. I'm putting this one. Contact beam. Okay, just put it here. These are the only guns I have ammo with, so for now. Wait, hold on. Okay, I'm ready. I'm stacked? I'm stacked? I'm safe here, right? Safe? Okay. No? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god! Impreg person, oh my god. Jesus Christ! Fucking shit! I'm dying! Holy shit! Ow! Fucking shit! I hate this! I hate this! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Going for half a year, let's go! Itoshi BT has been following Shinobi Science for 5 months, 29 days, and 22 hours. Yo, my mom is so fat when she boarded the Ishimura on board computer. She thought it was a by an asteroid. What the heck? How long will you stream today, Shin? I don't know actually. I don't know. Womp womp. Womp womp indeed. Womp womp indeed. Did I have to go through that again? Oh my god. Oh my god. I have to go through it again. Oh my god, you suck! No, you! Okay.
You suck.
Unwise, Mr. Clark. My hunter may regenerate, but he takes an attack like that personally.
Clearance confirmed.
What is this? A node? Hey, I didn't grab this last time. Alright. Alright. I'm ready. Come at me. 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 Come at me! Fuck! I didn't... Why aren't you aiming? Fucking shit! Hey, this little baby! Jesus Christ. Fucking shit! Okay. Get out of here, you little rat! Okay. Is he the only one alive? The door dead. Fuck! No! Fuck! I didn't freeze him. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna loot before I freaking leave. Oh no! Oh my god! I'm just gonna leave. I don't want to deal with this guy again. Oh man! Oh my god! Jesus Christ. Oh my god. He's not gonna come in here right now. Okay, that wasn't as bad. That wasn't as bad as the first time. Not as bad. Okay.
Surgical log. Dr. Chalice Mercer. It's a shame. When I began my research, Terrence
Oh my god.
to the marker were invaluable.
Thank you for the like! Thank you! Don't see! Oh, you defeat the enemy? Thank you, thank you. Have a good day! Thank you for the like! Thank you.
God, don't you see what you've done?
Oh my goodness!
Amelia, if this is unitology, I want no part of it.
Unitology?
My diagnosis. Poor Terrence is suffering from the same dementia reported on the Aegis 7 colony. Amelia, for example. The only Amelia is ever mentioned was his wife. And Amelia Kine.
Exactly. What is this? Who's this? Heal myself. Reload my guns. Alright. I'm stacked. I'm stacked. And I died to that MF. It's so hard to kill. No! Jesus Christ, why am I dying to this keyword? Oh my god! I hate this. Why is it so hard to die? I'm running like longer range. No way, this is the end of me. This is the end of me. This is the end. This is the. Oh my god. You know what? Give me fucking. Can I just buy ammo? God. This is unbelievable. Okay. Plasma cutter. I fucking get ripper blades. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ! Hold on. What other ammo do I have? Ripper, flamethrower, contact beam. Okay.
Unwise, Mr. Clark.
Clearance
My hunter
confirmed.
may regenerate, but he takes an attack like that personally.
Ow! Aim! Oh my god! Fucking Isaac! Bloody Isaac! Bloody Isaac! Go! Bloody Isaac! Oh my god! Oh my god, you know that shit! I'm gonna die here. Oh my god. Ah! Where's the little rat?
Luba transmit to all personnel. This is Senior Medical Officer. Look at his.
Go. Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out! Oh my god. Jesus Christ!
Dr.
Jesus
Chavez
Christ!
It's a shame. When I began my research, Terran's insights into the marker were invaluable.
Why can't I save here? Why can't I save here instead?
You butcher! I saw your hunter. I know who it used to be. That cellular regeneration? Good God, don't you see what you've done? I agree with Amelia. If this is unitology, I want no part of it. My diagnosis. Poor Terrence is suffering from the same dementia reported on the Aegis 7 colony. Amelia, for example. The only Amelia has ever mentioned was his wife. Amelia Kine. Died 7 years ago.
Can I just leave? You know what? I'm just gonna leave. Fuck it. Why even fight it? This is out my bullets. So fuck that. Okay. It's fine. It's okay. Are you gonna attack me? Close the door! Oh my god. Sabotaging me. Close the door! Why is the door not closing? It's so whack. Okay. Save. Dr. Mercer. Site's locked. The morgue is locked. Oh. Text log. Okay. Anything else I need to grab here? No?
Warning. Local door protocols corrupted.
Rebooting system. Please stand by.
Who's there?
Oh God! Hold on. I can help you.
Can I though?
Not me. Save hydroponics.
Hydrophonics?
We're all dying. Air's poison. But there's still time. Her enzyme will work if... She just needs liquid nitrogen. Save us!
Liquid nitrogen? Okay.
He was right. Air quality is dropping ship-wide. Something's poisoning the oxygen in hydroponics. If we lose our air supply...
He said we could fix it. He came looking for liquid nitrogen. And there has to be some in the cryogenics lab.
Okay. Not like we have a better option. I'll clear you a path to cryo.
Door protocols rebooted. Thank you for your patience.
Acquire the liquid nitrogen. I did go back that side.
Toxic hazard detected.
Oh no.
Shameful, Mr. Clark. Forcing me to liquidate my research subjects.
He's catching us back. There's gotta be.
I'm gonna die.
Here! There's emergency bed controls at the security test.
Fuck.
Go! I'll try to lock him out.
Fucking shit. Let's fucking run for it. Don't hit me! Stop the poison gas. Fuck! Where did you guys all come from? Where did you come from? Okay, how do I get out? It's not gonna pop out, right? Fucking out! Oh my god. Fuck out! Shit! Open! What the hell? What the hell? Okay. No attacking, just run. Just run. Just run. Just run. Okay. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. I'm ready.
Toxic hazard detected.
You know, fuck it. I'm not gonna fight you guys. Just go, just go. My god! Ew!
Here, there's emergency bed controls at the security checkpoint. Go, I'll try to lock him out.
Okay, okay. Seconds? 30 seconds? Bloody hell! Where'd I go? Bloody hell! Here? Okay.
It's clearing. Mercer pumped that gas in from hydroponics. The air's already that bad.
I'm gonna need a faster way to cryogenics.
I'll open the other door from the chemical lab. It'll take you straight there.
Alright! Alright. Chapter 5. CC Imaging Diagnostic Lab. What's that? Give me loot. Okay, I don't think there's anything here. Oh my god, I need power. Philly, he's gonna show up here. I hear it. I hear the music. No? Okay. Never mind. It's just being dramatic. Chemical lab. Note. Okay. What's over here though? Nothing? Okay, save one more time for good luck. Okay. Ripper blades.
Level 3 security clearance required.
There we go. Behind. Come on, come get me. I know you're here. I know. my god, I see loot boxes. I know there's gonna be a monster here once I grab it.
Losing my other patients.
Doctor?
But you and Dr. Brennan have delayed me enough.
Dr. Brennan.
If you've heard Nicole,
I have never shown anything but courtesy to Dr. Brennan. Can you say the same thing?
I can say I'm not a fucking murderer.
Uh-oh.
Ishimura's engines. Our homecoming will be truly divine.
Truly divine.
Even if you stop a convergence event fueled by the entire population of Earth.
So many of these guys.
Earth, it's all over.
Only for the faithless. Humanity will be Mr. Clark, with or without you. I'd say you've chosen your side.
Yes, sir. Oh my god. I have to fight him now? Fuck. How do I fight him? What? Oh my god! Get away from me! Little rat! Ow! Where are you? Where are you? No way, this is the way to kill him, right? Wait, I can't even kill him! I forgot. Okay. Okay.
Initiating cryogenic freeze.
Oh my god!
No specific reason. Cryogenic freeze cancelled.
Ow! Oh! I know what to do! Okay. Put him in there. Do it again! Do it again! Do it again! Do it again!
Initiating cryogenic freeze.
Fuck, he got out. Okay.
No specific reason. Cryogenic freeze cancelled.
Come here! Come here! You want a piece of this? Come here!
Initiating cryogenic
Did it work?
freeze.
Fuck, no it didn't.
No specific reason. Cryogenic freeze cancelled.
Oh my god, I ran out! Oh, Jesus Christ. Ow! Fuck. No! How does he get out so easily?
No specific reason.
There has to be an easier way, right? I just gotta move fast. Come on. There!
Cryogenic freeze. Cryogenic freeze complete. Transferring specimen to storage.
Okay.
Isaac, you okay?
No, I'm not okay.
Stop that hunter. But Mercer's gone. He wants to take these things to Earth, Kendra. You have to seal the captain's nest and warn Hammond.
Okay, I can seal the nest, but I haven't been able to reach Hammond since he went to the crew deck. Isaac, our air quality is falling fast. If you've got liquid nitrogen, we gotta fix hydroponics.
On it. Keep trying to reach Hammond. Mercer, I don't think he's done yet.
Goodness gracious. Tissue sample?
Got something, Isaac?
Let's call it a tissue sample. From Mercer's pet hunter.
Careful. Who knows what mad science went into that thing?
Maybe I could find out. Figure out what Mercer's up to. If I'm fast, there has to be a DNA scanner close by.
Gotta go fast.
Isaac, the hydroponics tram station is sealed off. You'll need another way there. Take the tram back towards the hangar, then head to the repair station. Remember where you took that broken tram car off the tracks? There's an access door in there that'll take you to hydroponics.
Alright. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Flamethrower. Hopefully I don't miss anything. Loot! Loot! Give me loot! No? Give me ammo! Okay. Hangar.
Tram control.
I'm really enjoying this game. Maybe a little too much.
Now arriving at flight deck tram control.
Also, I'm snacking on gummy bears. Usually I'll have like chips. I'll be snacking on chips. But today I have gummy bears. What? Bathroom? Give me loot. I love loot. Flamethrower. Save? This is like all the way back at the beginning. All the way back at the beginning. Just kinda sussy. Kinda sussy. Cargo bay. Holy shit, I'm trapped! Oh shit, I'm trapped! Okay. Ding. Oh my god, this place again, okay. The claw. The claw. Okay, no ammo. That's fine.
Isaac, if you're near hydroponics, check your helmet filters. That air's not safe to breathe.
Yeah,
Okay.
I smelled it. The whole deck's rotting.
I'm reading a huge mass in food storage. Too big to be anything
Okay,
they
I've never
grow.
been here.
It looks like the source of the poison gas. That patient in medical, he said something about creating an enzyme, right? Maybe the scientist left the workstation open.
Workstation open? What's this? Find Lieutenant Commander Holtz. Rig. Okay. What? Why did you close? Don't open that door. They will come. Okay. Why am I opening this door? Why am I opening this door? Plant? Sapling room? Oh shit. I did not mean to do that. I was trying to kick. Why is it screaming at me? Oh my god. Hold on. Flamethrower. Line gun. Ripper. Okay. Her? But I hardly even know her.
Report in loop. This
Oh.
is Dr. Elizabeth Cross. To all survivors, turn
Cross?
back. It's all gone.
It's all gone.
Everything we grew. All dead. That monster. Please, leave. Get somewhere safe. If I can find a way to kill it somehow.
I would leave if I could. Okay.
Jacob, if you're hearing this, you know I have to try.
Jacob?
Warning. Liquid nitrogen supply depleted.
Yes. Should I activate it? You have to, huh?
Liquid nitrogen replenished. Beginning enzyme synthesis. Enzyme synthesis complete. Caution. Do not ingest.
Do not ingest?
Any luck?
Yeah, I finished the enzyme. It's been modified to digest something big.
There must have been
Something
trying to kill
big?
whatever's in food storage.
Wanna
Let's
know
hope it
what's
works.
big? My ego. Okay, food storage.
No. Go back. There's no way into food storage. Even if there was, the Leviathan would devour you.
You're Elizabeth Cross, right? This Leviathan.
Elizabeth Cross? She's still alive?
The air. My team has destroyed everything. I designed a special enzyme to kill it. I just needed liquid nitrogen to complete the synthesis. The people I sent to medical never came back.
I've got some of that enzyme here.
Oh my god. How?
I just pressed a button.
Into the Leviathan. You can't get into food storage, but there's another way. It's risky.
Riskier than running out of air?
My team has been altered.
Is he
They're all
turning?
connected to the Leviathan, breathing out its toxins. That connection goes both ways.
Okay. So if I get to your team and inject them,
The enzyme will be carried right into the Leviathan's heart. Bind the Weezers. End their suffering. And when the Leviathan is weak enough, we bend the bastard into space.
Okay. Inject Weezers. Inject the Weezers. Who are the Weezers? Where are they? Wait, this site open now. No, I'm gonna save again. I'm a scaredy cat. Alright. Wheezing deck confirmed? Wheezing? Are you coughing? If you're coughing and I'm wheezing, then we can... I don't know what I was gonna say. I didn't know what I was going with that. Okay. Oh, if you're coughing and I'm wheezing, then we can be sick together. I'm actually sick of coffee, so yes. Actually, you're actually sick. That's terrible. That's actually terrible. Hope you're feeling better? Question mark? I don't know. Eat medicine. Yeah. I have 4 nodes. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. HP. Plasma cutter. Ripper. Okay, additional ricochet. Okay. Plasma balls! Plasma balls!
Level 3 security clearance required.
Check the Weezer one. Come here, little Weezer. Come here. West Grow Chamber. This place is so clean. I know I fight when I see it. I know I fight when I see it. I know I fight when I see it. Come here, you little alien baby. Come here. Give me stuff to throw at this dude! Oh shit! Oh my god, I'm dying actually. Oh my god! Get smacked! These guys are runners! Oh fuck. Okay, good job. Nice work. Nice work. Nice work. Oh. No. No, I don't. Where did the other guy killed? Where did he go? Did they just despawn? Despawn? Huh? They didn't even get no loot? My god. Knife out, knife out.
Security request retrieved.
Hello, security. This is Dr. Cross's hydroponics.
Oh,
Something
shit.
just hit the hole near food storage. We think it's a rogue asteroid. I have people injured from decompression. We need medics and crowd control right away. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Everyone out of food storage. It's alive. How can it be alive?
A new gun? A force gun. Own every weapon in the game. This is all the weapons? I just got a trophy for every weapon. Okay.
Clearance confirmed.
Weapon master. Oh my god. Burn! Chicken burn! God, these little chickens. Hey, is that all the rooms? It's not, right? That's not all the rooms. I didn't go. Was there only one room? God, I don't want to go in there. Okay, I came from there. This is the same room. I have to go in there, right?
Toxic hazard detected.
How do I eject?
Close and try injecting the enzyme.
How do I inject? Can I leave first? How do I inject? Do I have to force gun? Okay. Hey, how do I inject the enzyme?
Toxic hazard detected.
Oh! I didn't even see that little dialogue box.
Toxic hazard cleared.
Nice, nice. Come out! Come out! Oh shit! Oh shit! Stop running towards me! No. Oh my god! Get out of here! Oh my god.
Liz Cross again. I never asked your name.
Isaac Clarke, systems engineer.
Engineer. Have you seen Jacob Temple?
I have,
Jacob Temple?
but I'm looking for someone too. Dr. Nicole Brennan.
Dr. Brennan. Doesn't she help people leave unitology?
Oh.
Yeah, like my mother. That's how we met.
I hope she's okay. The unitologists here didn't like anyone questioning them. And since the captain died, they've all snapped.
Snapped? Floor 3. Oh my god! Are you here? Okay. It's over here then. What is over here? What's this? Oh! Was that supposed to be a jump scared? Okay, 1 bullet.
Toxic hazard detected.
Oh no!
Toxic hazard cleared.
Penetration. Is that everything? Okay. Ouch! Wait, that hurted me? Okay, I went there already. Or 2. Okay, no power over there. No power. I got the power! The power! The power! Wait, what's in here? No item available for purchase. Line gun. Force gun. Okay. Oh, kind of sussy. Very sussy. Damn, he died instantly. Okay. Very sussy. What is that? Is he scanning me? What the hell? Okay. I'm supposed to go here. Oh shit, he explodes! What? What? Okay. I got the power! The power! The power! Oh my god, my back aches. Maybe I need a better chair with back support. I think that's why. Wait, how do I... Okay, if I change the power... Doors. This one off. I want to check this door. What is over here?
Oh, Isaac, where are you? Help me.
Uh-oh. Okay, are you dead? Okay, that side's locked. What does that do? Nothing? Oh, this door.
Isaac, I looked up Cross's notes on the... Oh god. Oh my god.
Kendra?
It's him. 2 doors behind you. Karen.
2 doors behind me?
He's gone. He waved at me and... sorry, Isaac. Keep going. Just a glitch on the cameras. It looks like my little brother.
She's going crazy! She's going crazy!
That's not possible.
She's going crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. And I hate rats. Because rats makes me crazy. I don't think I'm supposed to go over here. What if I did? What if I did? Oh well, okay. We go back. Okay. I go over here then? No? Got the power. Now, how do I shoot that? Can I just flamethrow it? No, because the freaking fence is blocking me. Okay. Oh, we got Holt's rig. Okay. How do I break that one then? How do I break that one? It won't let me. Oh well. I think we can move on. Check Wizard 3. I did it in Check Wizard 3. Did I not? Okay. West Grow chamber. This was the door I came from. But get away, 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 get away. Creepy little spiders. Okay. Do we go to the frozen room? Let it go! Let it go! Can't hold it back.
Therapeutic ambience off.
Oh fuck, I'm scared! Okay. I'm not scared, but I know I'm gonna die here. Fuck! Hold on, let me change my gun. Flamethrower. Contact beam. Line gun? What is the line gun? Let it go. Let it go. Is that all of you guys? No, right? Okay. Safe? Okay. Refrigerator. Sussy area.
Entering zero gravity.
Zero gravity. Connection lost. Are you alive? I hate these little guys, I swear, I feel like they don't freaking die. Can you stop shooting me? Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh shit, spikes? Oh, where do I go? Oh. Or north? Where are you? 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 Oh my god, I see you. Where's the other one? Okay.
Exiting zero gravity. Toxic hazard detected.
Oh my god! Are you dead? How are you not dead? Jesus Christ. You're dead now, right? Oh my god. The guy's so annoying! I hate that guy! Oh my god!
Toxic hazard cleared.
Okay. Heals. Oh, you give me the fucking plasma energy! Okay, let me change my gun. Okay, contact beam. I have no freaking ammo. I have no freaking ammo. Okay. Anything else? No.
Entering zero gravity.
I got the power. The power. Oh god! Can I just ignore you?
Exiting zero gravity.
Give me loot! Okay. And then we got over here. No power. That's right. I forgot I had to change this. F this door. Open this door. Okay. Can I shoot this now? Okay, I don't think I could get rid of this one. No. Save. Wait, what? I'm not supposed to go here? Do I take the elevator? Oh, I do. Okay. no.
Hazardous anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
Run, run, run. Holy shit! What's he doing at me? Holy shit! Ow! Shit! I can't fucking run in this fucking terrain. Okay, batteries are there. Oh my god! Fucking shit! Fucking Isaac, run! Okay. Holy fuck! What is it gonna take to kill you? Okay. Back shots, back shots! Give me back shots! Let me shoot you back! Nice! Dead, dead. Nice. But get out of here! Get out of here! Alright. Now I can relax. I'm just too good. Jesus Christ, I'm almost dead. Okay. Loot, 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 loot. Give me loot. Okay, the battery pack is right there. I came from... Where did I come from? This door? I came from this door? Right? Oh no, I came from the elevator! Did I? I think I did. And then, what's in here? Oh.
Toxic hazard detected. Toxic hazard clear.
Fucking... Okay, get wrecked! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. These little babies! I swear to god! It takes so much of my health. little rat. I know there's another rat somewhere. Okay, I need to put a battery there. What's in this door?
Toxic hazard detected.
How do I get across? Car shop simulator or grocery store? I say car shop. Car shop. I think car shop is more fun. How do I get into this room? That is gonna be me. Let me see. Right. How do I get rid of that though? Power.
Toxic hazard cleared.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna skip that for now. Maybe I gotta like figure out another way. Or maybe I gotta do something first before I could go there. Okay. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Get out of here! Get out of here! Give me my loot. You have any loot for me? Okay, I got the power turned on. Gravity?
Entering zero gravity.
Ah, it's that one. Okay. Get out of here! Oh my god. Fuck! Where are you? 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 I can't even see you. Where are you at? Where is he? Come here! Come here, Kim! Oh my god. Okay, that's bad. Is that bad? Okay. Dude, why can't I run? Oh, unlock it, please.
Toxic hazard detected.
We have no gravity here? no gravity here. What the fuck do I do here? What? Holy shit! Oh my god. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god! Come out of the room. Go up. Oh wait, did I go on top? Oh wait, oh okay. So I have no fucking weapon. Where are you? It's so hard to see. It's so hard to see. Oh, you're right there.
Come on.
Give me something sharp, please. Give me something sharp, please. Like this? What is this? Is that an arm? Where is he? Is he still there? That's doing like no damage. Oh. What's this? Like, can I hit you with this? Did who ripped one in this room? Yeah, it's toxic. Very toxic. With the taste of your lips, I wanna ride. Was it that Leviathan guy? Might as well, right? Okay, I think I have another gun with that one here. Is he still standing there? Oh my god. This little baby just won't die. Okay, I'm wasting my ammo. This room? How do I... I don't know what I'm supposed to do, actually. Okay. Oh my god. Where are you shooting me from? Up there?
Fuck.
Oh my god. There has to be a way. There has to be a way, right? Yo, I'm so dumbfounded right now. I don't know what to do! I don't know what to do! Okay. Blades. Okay. Where is that little baby shooting me from? Like I hear him and I see him shooting projectiles at me. But where is it? Where is it? Am I going crazy? Can't? Oh yeah, I fixed it. Yeah. I indeed fixed it. I can't go inside this room. Good job, well done. Thank you, thank you. Carry on. Okay. I absolutely don't know. Oh, do I go in that room? How do I get inside that room though? Is it in there? In here?
Exiting zero gravity.
I was in here though.
Entering zero gravity.
Up the stairs? Okay. So here. Up there? Oh, I see the little rat! Fuck. Oh fuck, I don't have any ammo. Oh shit! Hold on.
Toxic hazard detected.
Where are you? I didn't even notice there was a guy up here.
Toxic hazard cleared.
I don't think this baby is dying! Is this me? Oh, he's dead. Okay. This part is confusing me so much. Go back down. Go back down. Over here. In this door.
Exiting zero gravity.
Zero gravity. Oh, let me save. Let me save. Inject Weezer 07. I thought there was only 3 Weezers. I didn't know how to like inject so many. Oh shit! Oh shit! I don't have any ammo! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I don't have any ammo! Oh shit! Oh shit! Hold on, okay. Get out of the way. I didn't have any ammo. I didn't have any ammo. Okay, see, now I know. Now I know what to do. Okay. Do all the ammo I have? This is 6 ammo. plasma energy. 6 plasma energy ammo. Rip, rip. Okay. Is that more plasma energy? Ready, ready. Fuck. I'm out of ammo. No, this is so bad. This is so bad. Am I self-locked right now? Oh my god. Okay. I just gotta find ammo. That's all I gotta do. I just gotta find ammo. Hold on. Oh wait! 16,000. What kind of ammo should I buy? River Blaze? $12 should be enough, right? 12 should be enough. Ripper? Ripper? I hardly even know her! God, I gotta stop saying that. Even I am tired of saying it. I don't know why I keep saying it. I got the power, the power, power, the power, power. What's my energy? Nope, keep going. Fuck, I'm missing all my shots. Fuck. Oh god, I'm missing all my shots. Okay. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I was not ready. Oh my god. Guys, you guys gotta stop distracting me. Is it a testament to how messed up and programmed we are? True, true. Very true. Very true. That's horrible though. Okay, about 12. Okay, I hate how I can run on these, like, rainy parts. Am I gonna slip or something? Oh. Why is it so hard? Is it just me? What the hell? Okay, fuck the blade. I'm just gonna buy a whole bunch of plasma. This is my last gummy bear. That's what she said. So I should go to bed. Good night, y'all. Good night, Chewy. Sleep well. Have a good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Cause I'm gonna lurk. Thank you for coming by. Give me your last gummy bear for good pack luck. No, I wish I could, okay? But I need it! Is that MP offering? Is it? Oh my god, MP Kami-sama! Give me your luck! Give me your blessing! Okay, hopefully I can shoot better with this fucking gun! Okay. Why is this so hard? Oh god. Notokami? Yoru? 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 Somebody say Yoru Valorant? Oh my god, I really want to play some Valorant.
They said.
I want to play Valorant so bad. It's all good
my
for me.
dead brother on the fucking camera. All this death.
I amo
Imagine what the marker
Notokami.
could do in the wrong hands.
This is about CEC again.
Nani?
Just thinking.
How do you say that?
If some
Wait,
corporate
translation,
asshole takes
please.
The marker. You
Yes,
and me
Yoru.
could do
Yes,
something
yes.
about it.
Me too.
Oh, come on. Where's Hammond?
Damn.
What's he doing?
I don't know.
Maybe we should, you know, play together. Okay, save chapter. This is my only gun with ammo. This is my only. Is that a flare gun? Is that a flare? Why is there a flare here? Okay, another node. I'm scared.
Entering zero gravity.
Okay, get out of my way! Oh my god. Where'd I go? Okay, I fucking hate flying. I don't even know where I'm supposed to go. Okay. Here? This is where I came from though, no? Oh. I'm so confused.
Exiting zero gravity.
Okay, this is where I came from. Avatar Soul coming like a week is crazy.
Entering
Oh my
zero
god.
gravity.
You're healing. You're healing. Oh my god. Never in my life. Where is it pointing at though? Okay, I go up here. Oh, the flare. Yeah, aren't I gonna get electrocuted if I go here? I'm stuck! What the fuck? I can't fly for shit! What the fuck? Okay. What? It's putting like through it. Hey. Hey. Here? How the fuck did I get through here? I'm gonna get electrocuted. What if I shoot it? Also, welcome in, Crimson. Hi, Shen. Oh my god. When did you start Dead Space? I think I started like last Saturday, last week. Yeah, this is my second gameplay. Second stream of playing it. I'm so lost. I'm so lost. Okay, it's telling me to go up. So how is you? How was your day, Crimson? Oh, I didn't know I could land here. Wait, no, I was here. I went the wrong way. Oh my god. Up. Up. I get up. Hold the light. Hold the light. Hold the light. Yeah, how do I get rid of that? How do I get rid of that? How do I get rid of the electricity? I can't go past it. Also, thank you for the follow, Coffee. Coffee and nipples. Love your name. I love my two favorite things. Oh yeah, I do! Wait, I forgot! Okay. I do. Oh my god, you know sometimes I forget. Oh my god. No. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Fucking shit! Where's the guy at? This is great. Okay, can I go now? Do I go through here? Okay. Huh? Check the Weezer. Oh, he's over there. Fucking... Don't fucking shoot me, please. My day has been pretty good. I didn't really do much. My sleep schedule has been very like effed up. So I'm like, I've been sleeping like whenever I can. Or taking naps whenever I can, which is terrible. I don't know. I always plan to like take naps, but it always ends up being like 5 hours. Fucking shit. Get away from me! Get away! Oh god, anything sharp that I can take? Where is it? Oh my god, die! Oh my god! Can't leave. looks really cute on me. Last year I had a reindeer horns. I was Rudolph. This year I am Santa.
Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
Is there loot I could take? Oh, okay, I'll take that. Now, I hate to admit it, but I really, I'm like enjoying this game. A whole lot. It's such a chill game. But like, everybody says it's scary. I feel like it's not as scary though.
Warning. Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning.
Thermodynamic.
Stand clear of filtration tubes.
Okay. Come on. Oh my god! Guardian! Welcome, welcome! Enjoy? I am enjoying it very much. Welcome in. How are you? How was your day? Holy shit. Ow! Fucking shit! Fucking get out of here! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Oh shit! No, don't let me in! Wait! Oh my goodness. You're not at that part yet, so? I'm not? Okay. 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 I'm doing good, Lil. Hey, watch out. I'm watching now. I'm watching now. I'm watching now. Jesus Christ. I don't need bullets. Ugh. Okay. This point.
Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand
Patience
clear
is
of
key.
filtration tubes.
Patience is key. Just gotta be patient, right? Take my time. You would die like that if it was real? It's a chill game, not for me. It is a chill game. It's a pretty chill game. It's fun. What is it? That no loot? I only have two health bars. Are you playing on normal? Yeah, I'm playing on medium. The default, yeah. Okay.
Warning.
Come out.
Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
Oh fuck. Run! It's gonna make a run for it. You know what? I'm running over here! Come over here! Come over here! Get blasted! Yeah! Get blasted! Yeah! Oh my god. Okay. Nice, nice. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright. I'm scared it leaves out. Okay, let me wait for the fire to come out. And then I'll go. Oh no, I think I remember this part from the OG. Really? Is it harder in the original? Okay. Open? You're gonna pop out here, right? Oh no? Nothing? Nothing? No monsters? Okay. Ammo, ammo, ammo. Flamethrower. Okay. Wait, is that the part I'm thinking of? It's not? I think I'm on chapter 6. 6, I think? Yeah, I'm like in the middle of 6 right now. me credits. Give me like ammo or something, please, or like medkits. Pills. Woo! Get out of here! Okay.
Warning. Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning.
Thermodynamic purifier. I think you're halfway there. Like halfway there throughout the game. The entire game. Okay. Where am I supposed to go? Here. Yes? I see. Yeah, this game is going by really fast.
Toxic hazard detected.
I thought this game would be much longer. Maybe because I played The Evil Within. The Evil Within was so long. It was such a long game. I think I had like over like almost 40 hours in The Evil Within. How was your Christmas? My Christmas was good. It was good. I didn't really do much. I think all I did was like, well, like the only fun thing I did was like play video games. that was like the only thing I did. Okay.
Warning. Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
How many reasons is there? Oh my god. So how was your Christmas, Crimson? How was your Christmas? Did you do anything fun? Did you have fun? Was it bad? Was it terrible?
Isaac, please.
Nicole.
Help me.
Help Nicole? 25. I can use this instead. So
Toxic hazard detected.
are you the last one?
Toxic hazard cleared.
Would I have to do like a lot more?
They're at peace. Thank you.
You're welcome, Cross.
Leviathan's metabolism is slowing.
Cross, something's up.
It must have worked. You gave it enough enzyme to dissolve a freighter. Okay, I'm unlocking food storage. Quickly get back there and space the bastard while we have the chance.
Okay, food storage. Gain access to food storage. Okay. Go here.
Warning. Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
It was great, Mom came over for the holidays, and now that she went back, it feels so quiet. Aww! You miss her? That's nice. It's always nice seeing like family after like long periods. And then you start to realize how much you don't like them. And then once they're gone, you miss them. Oh my god, I hate this freaking baby! Please give me something useful. Yes, we play Mario Bros. What? That's so fun! That's amazing!
Zero gravity.
I'm glad you have fun. I am glad you have fun. I played Phasmophobia with my family on Christmas. It was It was something. Go here.
Exiting zero gravity.
Yo, Phasmophobia, nice. Yeah, it was really nice. You know, ever since that day, they've been calling me non-stop. Calling me non-stop to play with them. And I'm like, oh, come on guys. You guys went from level 0 to level 16 in like 4 days. Come on, I helped you guys too much. Oh shoot. Oh shit! Can I stop you? Yep. Okay, food storage. I'm gonna save again. Just in case, just in case. I've never played it. Is it kind of addicting? It's pretty fun, I say. But it gets like repetitive sometimes.
Entering zero gravity.
But I think it depends on like the kind of people you're with. Yeah. It's a little bit hard though, because it's like you don't get the right evidence. It's basically RNG. You just gotta guess, and if you get it right, you get lots of money. That what makes it feel good. Alright, gotta go sleep. Got work in the afternoon. You have fun with your chill game. LOL. Thank you, Guardian. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you for coming by. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Wink, wink. Thank you for coming by. Alright, alright. This way, this way. Good night, no problem. Why? Why not? Why not? I feel like it is a boss battle here. Is it? Boss battle? Now it's a horror movie? I knew it, right? A boss battle, right? I don't want to get... Okay, am I going the right way though? Yeah. Alright. Okay, okay. Give me loot, give me loot, give me loot, give me loot. Okay, let me save again. In case. In case. In case. Save complete. Full storage. Oh god. Where is he then? Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. I thought you were going to bed. Wait, you got the asteroid part? Yeah, I got the asteroid part. You talking about the part where you have to shoot the asteroid? Yeah, I did. I did that part. That part was kind of like brain rotting.
The airlock's open, but the Leviathan's too strong. It's clinging to the interior of food storage. We need more enzyme.
There's no time. I'm going in. Maybe I can cut it loose.
The Leviathan has a 10.
Yeah, I just want to throw something before I
You
go.
really need me to tell you this is a bad idea.
Well,
Alright,
I'm all
buddy.
about good ideas,
Alright.
So guess what's left?
Check the Leviathan into space. Check the Leviathan
Entering
into...
zero gravity.
Whoa. Check the Leviathan into space. Kill the Leviathan! How am I supposed to kill it? How? Huh? What am I supposed to do? Holy fuck. Okay. I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Fuck, I don't have any more status. Stasis? Oh my god. Oh my god! I think it'll be better if I could, if I'm like able to like throw the fucking shit. Okay. This is so hard to control. How many tries did you take on the asteroid point? I wanna I wanna say, oh shoot, okay, I see now, okay. I wanna say like five tries. At first I didn't know what to do, so I just died instantly. And then second, I did all of them at the same time for some reason, because I didn't know. And then I died like twice like that. And then actually, I think I just died like 4 times. Can I break this? I can punch it, but ammo. Oh my god. No way. Come at me. No! Okay. 5 not bad for a first time? Yeah. With your plasma cutter? I don't have any ammo. I don't have any ammo. Oh, let me check. I'm pretty sure I don't have any ammo. At all. At all. Oh yeah, never mind, I do. What the heck? Okay. Ripper? Ripper? I hardly even know her. Huh? Ha. Do you upgrade your guns at the bench? Yes, I upgraded. Okay. I upgraded my suit a whole lot. Inventory? What about my inventory? I upgraded my suit. How many guns do you have? Oh, I have all of the guns. I have all of them. 5 guns? 6 guns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6? Am I counting right? 6. Yeah. I got all of the guns, apparently. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Can you sell one to get ammo in the shop? I could. Where is the... Get out of here. You little rats. Hold on, I gotta find a shop though. It's those fucking golden rubies semi-dictators? Huh? What? energy. I can sell these. I'm rich! Actually, I've just been like saving my money to buy like better suits. Better level suits. And, you know, nodes. Yep. I'm sleepy again. Good night, MP-chan. Good night, good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. This is your ammo now? Should I just buy a whole lot of plasma energy? Cause this is like the only gun I use. Or the only gun I'm like confident in using. Let's get 50. Should I? What's this? Kinetic autoloader. Okay. Force gun upgrade, line gun, contact beam. I might as well buy this, right? An upgrade? Does it upgrade automatically? Or do I have to attach it? 3 slots! 3 slots! Should last a chapter or 2? Okay, okay. Last a chapter or 2. Oh, I just gotta have it in my inventory. I don't gotta like build it. Do I? This should be enough though, right? This should be enough. Okay. I'm ready. Oh my god, why is he back? Oh my god. You little baby. Okay, you should be okay. The rest you can scavenge for in the boxes and crates. Alright. Alright, alright. I'm ready, I'm ready. I'm ready, I'm ready. I'm pumped, I'm ready. I'm pumped.
Entering zero gravity.
Leviathan. Come out! Come out! Come out! Which one's coming out? That one? Come out! Come on! Oh shit! He actually hit me. That's fine. Maybe I should have bought heals, Mom. Oh my god. Fucking fly, Isaac! Okay. No! Okay. Is it better if I just stay back? I just saw heals. Oh. Oh. go, your arm is blocking! I want a bullet! Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god! Oh my god! What the fuck? Okay, 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 okay. That was a good trial and error moment. Good trial and error. Alright, you know what? Should I just buy more? Should I just buy more ammo? How much money do I have? This is good, this is good. Okay. This is good, this is good. This is good, this is good. This is good. Okay, okay. I'm pumped. I'm ready. Oh god. Jesus Christ. It's a little baby. Is it gonna pop up too? No? Wait, is there a charger, like a stasis? Charger here? Is there one here? So I could charge. No? No? What about over here? What about this room? I don't think there is. Okay, I don't want to go there. It's fine. It's fine. I don't need it. We use this are guns. Oh my god. Freaking die! Oh my god, they're always gonna respawn here. Every time! Every time! Every time!
Entering zero gravity.
Okay, I'm locked in! I'm locked in. Oh. Oh! Oh god. Come on, open your mouth! Open your mouth! Open your mouth!
Toxic hazard detected.
No, it's expelling all its gas reserves. It must be close. Isaac, finish it off.
Holy shit. Okay. fuck? Oh my god, I can't see shit! Oh! Oh my god! Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch! I'm dead! Oh my god! Is this it? Is this it?
Toxic hazard cleared.
Can I land?
Hello. You crushed the heads of Leviathan.
Oh my god, I killed him.
You will be meat
That wasn't that bad.
in the wilderness.
The flying was kinda...
Come
I
back
hate
inside.
flying. I hate flying. Prisoners be like... I have 1 health. 1 health. Don't come here.
Exiting zero gravity.
The air quality's improving. There's still pockets of gas trapped here and there.
Here and there, I can handle.
Okay.
Listen, Jacob... My Jacob. Last I heard, he was on the mining deck with some other survivors. He said they were building an SOS beacon.
Did they finish it?
He said it was nearly done.
I see.
But I haven't heard from him in...
His voice is always so like...
I can't leave yet.
I don't know.
I need to
It's
make
just
sure the
so
air's
like
safe
funny to
breathe.
me.
But if you can find that SOS beacon, call for rescue.
I will. Mining deck. Okay, got it. And if I meet Jacob?
Tell him I'll find him. He's all I want to see.
Aww, true love.
An SOS beacon. Someone jettisoned all the others. Isaac, there's a shortcut to the mining deck. Near Cross's workstation. I'll get it open. Goddamn.
I'm not gonna get attacked here.
We might actually get out of this nightmare.
Woohoo! We completed chapter 6! Oh my god. Chapter 6.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Are you still streaming, Werewolf? Wait, did you end already? Because I was gonna end right here, guys. Right here. We're on chapter 7. Let's go. 3 chapters in 4 hours. Oh my god. It's been a good 4 hours. Anyways, you know, there's a good spot to end, right, guys? 12 more chapters. You want me to do 12 more chapters? Maybe next time, hopefully. I think I might stream on Tuesday. I don't know. We'll see. So, I don't know. I stream whenever I want, guys. But, like, I think my next stream will probably be Dead Space again. Probably be Dead Space again. For sure. I'm gonna start my stream in like 5 minutes again, switching from PC to Xbox right now. Alright, alright. I will raid you, Rebel Wolf. I will raid you. I'll try to talk for like, I don't know, like 10 minutes. Good night, Shaq. Good night, Crimson. Thank you, thank you. Yo, it is currently like 1:07 a.m. for me. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might go back to sleep, honestly, cause I'm very tired and sleep deprived. Or I don't know. I'm probably gonna like walk to the kitchen and see if there's any food I can eat, and then go to sleep. Huh? I'm an hour ahead? Are you really? Oh my god, you're an hour ahead. my god. It's 2 AM for you? Sheesh! It's 1 AM for me. My sleep schedule has been very ass recently. Also guys, I don't know. I haven't told anybody anybody. I told some people. I actually graduated college, which is kind of depressing because what do I do with my life now? What do I do with my life? I don't know. I'm currently like job hunting. So, you know, I'm trying to find jobs that are like in my field. But if I can't, I might just like end up like doing a retail job for a little while. Or, like a 9-to-5 job for a little while. Until I can find a good career choice. But we will see. We will see. Oh, Rebel Wolf is live. Let's raid Rebel Wolf. Oh. Yeah, go sleep in a bit too. Alright, have a good night, everyone. Sleep tight. Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you everyone for joining. I don't know what to say. Thank you everyone for thank you everyone for like I don't know. Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the yes. Okay, we are gonna raid Werewolf. Copy. Playing Road of Tanks? You're playing Road of Tanks? Oh my god, no wonder you switched to Xbox. Alright everyone, good night. Have a good day. Thank you for the yes. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to end. I'm like really bad at like saying goodbyes and stuff. You know, like one time my friend was like saying goodbye to me and she was like, "Love you, Shan. See you tomorrow." And I'm like, "Alright." And my friend was like, "Say it back." Say it back. I'm like, "Okay, bye-bye. Love ya." But okay, I'm leaving now. Good night. Have a good day, everyone. Have a good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, because I'm gonna like punk.